All right, we're TikToking. I'm just gonna let that one have the last word. Where we at? Yeah, I had to super reboot and stuff. All right, evil. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up? Um, well, presumably it seems like you want to say that there's another option, which is agnosticism, right? Okay, what's your view? Well, I usually take false dichotomies to be a assertion of only two options when there's actually more options.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
agree?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what's the other options that it's not presented there in the dichotomy? I don't think I agree with that. I think that if you're saying that, well, there's polytheism and all of these other types of theistic beliefs, I think that that's what theism is encompassing. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying that there's no category. Yeah, but you would just say that atheism is false, or sorry, theism is false then. Okay, but the parent category of that would be theism, though. Yes. Are you familiar with set theory? That all gods have in common depends on how you define God. Um, so, no, well, if you're asking what does God mean in the definition of theism, which is the belief that at least one God exists, well, I think that um, God just means the uh, maybe like creator of the or the cause of all existence. Uh, no, that's just not the God that's being referenced here. He's a God candidate. Yeah, I don't think that all candidates are. Well, that's a different debate. I mean, we can get in just because. That's no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I'm what I'm what I'm saying is that what God means with reference to Zeus is with respect to fictionalism, and Zeus isn't Zeus Zeus. No, it's not. I yes, I can tell you why. What do you think? Okay,
Okay, dude.
okay, I can tell you. Okay, I got you. I can tell you why. Oh well, why are we? Okay, why are you being bad faith now? I've been very respectful. The reason why I think that no, no, I'm not. I haven't. No, I didn't finish my sentence.
Bro.
Uh, yes, I can tell you why that's the case. You never let me do that. I can tell you why it's fiction. Then do you, let me be clear. Let's let's be clear. Let's be clear. Do you think that
Are
do you think that
firefighters
Zeus?
heroes?
Whoa,
Is
who's
Spider-Man
talking?
a hero?
Is that you talking?
One is fictional.
Wait a second. Who am I talking to? Are you wait? Is somebody telling you what to say?
No, 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 no. I'm in Discord. I have a private chat room in Discord, and the audio is
Okay.
being pumped into there. One of Mogi was just saying something to you if you want to listen to him.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Well, it was just a simple point that firefighters are heroes and Spider-Man's a hero and one is fictional. Just because you're real or not doesn't like preclude whether you're part of a category.
Correct.
Yes. Well, here's the reason why. I think that under the definition of God, when we talk about fictionalism versus realism, I think it's necessarily referencing and picking out a real candidate about what exists, specifically because it's going to be the precondition for all of what does exist, including fictionalism. He asked me. Well, the thing is here. The thing is here is that your buddy here. No, no, no. Let me finish. Let me. I can tell you why I said that. The reason why I said that is because your buddy here butted in and made a comment, and I was addressing that. So if you, yeah, yeah. Okay. So why are you asking? Why are you saying this now? Because I was responding to his points, and now that I'm done with the point, I can respond to you like I was doing originally. Okay. Do you remember your question? That wasn't your question. Okay, so when you wait a second. Wait. Oh no, wait a second, wait a second. So when you asked me to justify it, how do you think I justify a statement that you made? Yeah, you're fucking stonewalled. So when I asked you specifically, so when yeah, you did. Look, buddy, I recorded it. All right. You said it. I'll tag you.
That dude. It's toxic behavior.
Hello.
I prove it.
Yeah, let's go, Nick. Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove you got situational awareness, man.
Okay. I'm in this call with anti-nerd right now,
Well, you see the title of the call, don't you?
and I see Mango Man.
You see the
Emoji,
title
I
of the
mean,
call?
doesn't that prove I'm pretty situationally aware? I can name everyone
No.
that's in my vicinity.
You can't even answer your own question.
I didn't ask myself a question.
No, you said prove what? That's what
No,
we're
I didn't say
asking you
that.
to use your situational awareness for. But it sounds like you're not able to do that, so we're just going to excuse you.
Can you prove that, though?
Yeah, I can prove that.
Go
It's
ahead.
very effective.
Yeah, Evil, I don't care what you think is embarrassing. I'm not here for like embarrassment and not embarrassment. It's not my motivation to be on here. People get embarrassed. People have ups and downs. You're more interested in blunders, I guess. That's fine. You're going to find a lot of blunders in everybody's speeches, dude. Everything everybody says. And if that's what you're focused on, you're never going to learn. So if that's how you debate pros want to do it, but it's not how I do it. I'm not looking to talk to somebody who's just anticipating blunders. That's pointless. Or 2. That's dope. I did not know that. It changes the game. Play, let me watch a video. Hold on. All right, Daniel. You got a problem with Igtheism, man? Is that why you came here? You got a problem with the prompt, Ed? I wonder if that was playing. Did anybody hear Planet Peterson? You heard Planet Peterson intro? Okay. Yeah, it's picking up like all my audio for some reason. So that means no porn. But it's also interesting because it's like feeding back like all of my audio. That means I should probably mute this, huh? Yeah, I should probably mute that because you're probably hearing my clicks too, huh? My Discord clicks. Okay, yeah. So it seems like it's picking up all my audio. That's not too bad. I just got to be careful, because sometimes I'll get bored and watch, YouTube videos, and I don't need to be like TikTok streaming that. So I'll just be more careful with that. Or like video games and stuff. But really, if I'm on TikTok, I should be paying attention and active anyway. So it seems like a more active thing. I do need to put prompts up there that let debate bros know that I'm just going to remove them for debate broing. Then I'm like, are you allowed to be like bigoted towards?
I guess that's what drives engagement.
Maybe.
But like I think the direct communication is probably more ethical than just constantly muting them.
Yeah, I didn't want to have to mute the guy, but he started going crazy with the debate bro tactics, and I immediately have an aneurysm and have to shut it down. That's my my personality TikTok. I can't handle it. I can't do it.
I think when you describe the love story for that one notion, the omnigod, I think that's more accurate than anything else with the debate bros on Discord. Not Discord, TikTok. The classical yeah, a lot of classical theism, that love story is very prevalent, I feel.
Gotcha. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Awesome. Just for the panel, I'm 26.
All right, sweet.
You just call me like Z or Zan. It doesn't matter. Hmm. Yeah, like you'd know it if you saw it. Oh. Hmm. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hmm. Oh yeah. I mean, I like a lot of the more atheist types of thought because they actually kind of reflect just plain reality. And you saw this a lot with even ancient philosophers. Plato, Aristotle, they weren't quite atheistic, but they were, for their time, more realistic than a lot of like idolater cultures. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Like, hmm. Oh yeah. But, hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And unicorn asses are hard to find. Very hard to find. Yeah. Exactly. Have you heard of those people who think that they can like reality shift to Hogwarts? Oh man, they're weird. Hmm. Yeah.
Accepting God's ontological status would invalidate atheism, and that person should be a theist because they've got the ontology. That's what they're saying. God has no ontology. That's what doesn't exist means. Lacks ontology.
Yeah.
Well, if I show you a thing, that water bottle behind me, or that jar of coffee creamer, if I say that thing is God, well, all you could do is tell me it's not a God because it exists. All you could do is say, well, that's not a God. But then I get to say, okay, well, what attribute does that coffee mate not have that would make it a God if it had it? And it has to be the category that makes all gods gods. And I'm saying there's only one. I identify one category that does this, but all other categories people have ever thrown at me are not sufficient. But there is one category that unites all gods. Every single god is united by one factor. But the issue of this one factor is it's a completely different ontological status than God's existence. But there is one common uniting factor amongst all gods, and that's the monkey pointing at the god and calling it a god. But that's a property of the monkey and the monkey's proclivity to point at things and call them God. So that's a different ontology. That's up here in human psychology, right? That we're pointing at things and calling them God. I'm pointing at a real thing. The Pope points at a fake thing, right?
Yeah.
But we're all pointing at something and just calling it God. The question of what makes it a God isn't a property of the thing. It's an idea inside the mind of a human being that says, I like this property, and that's why I'm saying it a God. That's what that debate bro was trying to do. Was trying to give application and effect to this property creator. And I said, well, what about Zeus? Is he a creator? I know, or it has been alleged that Zeus is a god by the same criteria that Jesus is a god. But the label creator is not true of lots of known alleged gods. They're not all creators.
You don't see Apollon creating the world. You don't see Set creating the world. Like, you got all these different types of gods. You got emissary gods that are just messengers. They become basically angels later. You know, most gods back then became demons that are still talked about today. It's really weird. Like, I'm a bit of like a theistic Satanist. But it's not something I like push. I just like to talk about big ideas. Because these kind of conversations are important.
Well, I like to talk about epistemics because I think when people get a good or a decent epistemic,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like water or something. Like a deep water, I guess. Yep. I gotcha. That's interesting. I appreciate you explaining that to me. I'm probably gonna keep doom scrolling, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I like the thoughts. Yeah.
Now, you guys in Discord, you can't hear shit on TikTok, huh? You can't hear those guys, can you?
No, sir.
Yeah, that sucks. You're just gonna have to like and subscribe on my TikTok, dude. If you want to hear that stuff.
I think the practical thing would be for like me to get a TikTok. I'm just not there yet.
There's also the delay. You could just watch on YouTube, but that would be with like a 30-second delay.
Yeah,
you
that's
would,
why I'm thinking just get on the TikTok.
yeah, you would just have to deafen in Discord. So it would fuck with your brain. Did I miss anything? Was I supposed to be paying attention to stuff moving around?
Yeah, the way it's like recommending me to set it up is to get an Android emulator because Linux doesn't have no desktop client for TikTok. Yep. Talk about like the browser version, but I don't think it's gonna cut it. Yeah.
Yeah, guest hosts.
Ask for remind them to do the engagement thing, like double tapping on the screen. So when they double tap on the screen, I think it gives it like a like or something like that. And
Yeah,
then
like a
it'll
little heart.
drive you up on the trending queue for the lives. Thanks, homie.
Wow. Congratulations. What about Vin? Is Vin going to approve it, or are they just going to dip out? Oh, they did. The guy that popped in, he just dipped out.
Oh, my I had to put on streamer mode so I don't hear that stuff no more because I realized all my computer sounds are being transported to TikTok Live. So
Yep. There is a way to isolate it, but you got to get all the individual audio feeds and stuff. It's a pain to make it set up that way.
yeah, it's scary. So I got to use TikTok more of like situational than what I do with Discord here and YouTube, where I just basically let it stream all day. Is anybody taking issue with the prop? Atheism and theism is a false dichotomy? Any of you guys? Like, what's going on? I have to like send invites if you want to come up. I gotta, because I'm not cool enough. I need 1,000 subs before people can just join. Because I suck. I just got here. I had to wait a month to get on here. To take on the topic of the God thing.
Wait, that was it. That color statement you just made was probably one of the closest things you could compare to that inculcation. It's like colors have flavors. Like I agree with that. That they don't have flavors, I say that, but I agree that you can be gaslit into thinking that for some reason blue tastes like raspberry. You know what I mean? Correct. Yeah. Right. And red tastes like yellow, especially if it's crayon. So yeah, that's a good comparison for what they're doing.
Living shit out of you and try to get you to believe lies, obvious falsehoods. They don't care about your sensibilities. They don't care about you as a human being. All they care about is saying things to abuse you, to take advantage of your ignorance, to manipulate your confidence. That's what these people are doing. You know, he's talking to an ichtheist and gaslighting an ichtheist into believing that he's a form of an atheist. When I reject atheism, and I often argue the existence of a multitude of gods that exist. It's just the question that I'm left at the end of it is I don't know what makes those things gods. Do they exist? Yeah, clearly. There's one right there. Don't look at it, you'll go blind. But, you know, these people think they understand Igtheism and think that they can apply this as a modification of atheism, which just they don't understand it. Igtheism is not atheism.
Hey, what's up, man? So I guess like I got my first point, like why don't you think like atheism and theism is a true dichotomy? Well, what's the dichotomy called where it's like not A? Because that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, yeah. So like a dichotomy to you is A and not A, correct? Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I'd agree. Like, because like a tennis court or not tennis court to me is like a true dichotomy. But why are you seeing like atheism and theism as not a true dichotomy in that sense? Well, like, oh, sorry. Um, so like if you take theism to be like the proposition that a God exists, then would you agree that a dichotomy in that sense would just be not the belief, or excuse me, the belief that God doesn't exist? Or what would be like the dichotomy in that sense? Well, like I don't know, let's think of like a nonsense word like schmorgel, whatever. Like um would like belief in schmorgelborgel, like is it possible in your eyes to have a true dichotomy of beliefs? Right. Right. Well, I guess like the reason why I was asking is because like in my eyes, I kind of see like Igtheism as a form of non-belief in the proposition God. Like, would you agree? What does that mean? What does that mean? Um, Not necessarily. Like in, I guess like in my eyes, like I don't think, like I think it can be an. Well, if you don't believe it exists, like, or, or what if you say like you just don't believe that he exists? Does that necessarily like reference ontology? Well, well, I guess like if you're talking about like a belief state, like is like I guess a necessary state of ontology even needed? Well, no, I'm more so saying, yeah, okay. Sure, sure. I don't think I have like any way to tell you. Yeah, well, I don't know if like I guess I could probably like assign some meaning to what I think is in the box, but why is that? Well, I don't know if it would be logically inconsistent, maybe like epistemically, like I couldn't gain access to know what's in that box. Epistemically, it's a non sequitur.
Yes,
How are you
because
using that? How are you using that term? Sorry, I'm a bit inept.
so a proposition is an utterance that has the potential to be true and would be considered true. That would be a true proposition, and a false one would be one that's considered to be false. And so, propositionally, a statement has to be falsifiable as well. A
Oh. I see. Okay. Yep. No, you're good. Yep. Hmm. Well, but well, like maybe I'm confused because like when you say the word like non sequitur, I immediately just think of like prop logic, like modus ponens. Well, I guess like it kind of sounds like you're saying it like doesn't epistemically follow, like meaning that you just don't have good justification to think like a beaver's in the box.
Yeah, I'm saying the
That's kind of why
statement,
it's throwing me off a bit.
but I'm saying the statement is a non sequitur. That
But
I don't know if it does or doesn't logically follow the thing in the box. What I'm saying to you is that in the correspondence theory of truth, you only have one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is in the box. And because of that condition, I know that any statement you say about it's not going to logically follow.
what if like you don't hold to like a correspondence theory of truth? Like would your critique still hold? Or is it like you have to hold like a correspondence theory justification?
I think it may or may not hold true, like, because obviously I absolutely fucking hate idealists and shit like that, because they just work with a completely different epistemic model, and there's no common ground here. So I'm not saying it's going to work with every epistemic model out there, because there's some that just don't even, like you said, give a crap about
I'm sorry, I
correspondence
got a
theory.
call. What'd you say? Sorry, you
yeah,
cut out there. I got a call.
I was going to say you're right in the criticism. I think it'll probably work with a lot of different models of truth, not just correspondence theory. But when you question, well, what about other models of truth? I'm going to admit that there are probably going to be some weaknesses, because not all of these epistemic models and philosophical models hinge on the same criteria. But I think the majority of people do accept correspondence theory, that they understand the fruits and the merit of saying that, what's true is that which corresponds to reality. If you buy into that, it's a very strong argument for you. I think that you recognize the immediate folly in trying to reach any conclusion about the nature of a thing absent an experience. If you buy into other models, I think it would still be true of a scenario for you. Whether you agree with this model or not, I think if you're trying to evaluate nature, you're going to adopt this model. So You may be able to derive truths outside of this, but this is why I'm giving the caveat that any claim you're making about the nature of an object, if you're talking about the nature of a thing's ontology, absent experience of that ontology only concludes that your statement doesn't logically follow. That the only thing that follows from a lack of observation is ignorance. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think you're right on that. Like your critiquer is really it's something for someone that believes in like some sort of correspondence theory where they have like a heavyweight ontology to the word truth, which arguably is most theists, but
It's most people use correspondence because I think it's the strongest, most coherent and simple model to understand.
yeah, I kind of like, I don't know, I like epistemic justification that's devoid of like a truth conditional. I don't know what you think about that. Like if you just have justification for a belief, like isn't that enough to say
I think justification is granted through or through this epistemic here. Unless you're talking about like imagination, then yeah, you can like Legolas was a dwarf, right? We can argue about that.
Yeah, but but I guess like from your perspective, you would say that there would have to be like some like referential quality of Legolas, whether that's like a writing in a book or something. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't really see the merits of just like pure blind speculation. And like I say in my little picture down there, my little AI picture, what I think you guys or a lot of people have had done to them is they think they're looking or dealing with valid epistemic models, but it's not epistemic at all. It's you've capitulated to the theistic problem and you've wanted to have the conversation, so you just allow pure semantics at that point. But I don't really see the fruit in that conversation. It's just you're just playing an imagination game with this person. I don't find that good for people. I think it's better to get them to have or adopt standards that will mimetically affect everything else that they believe.
Yeah, I suppose. Like if you're seeking like epistemic justification, sure. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes when I'm talking to theists, like I don't know, like almost granting them that, we may not have access to epistemics in this realm, it could help further conversation. And maybe it's just like it can help uncover a point somewhere else down the line.
Yeah, I see that.
Concerned about,
I see that.
The ontology of their claim.
That may be true from your vantage, but as an igtheist, all the atheists have done is constructed one more god for me to defeat, and that would be the god of the classical theism. Now, think about it. Name one modern theory of God, whether it be any worship religion, that actually adheres to this notion of the god of classical theism. Just one religion. Because I argue not a single one of them does this.
Like classical theism, like what do you mean, like a omnigod type thing?
Yeah, omnigod, omnimax god. Not a single popular religion has an omnimax god. The only people who talk about omnimax gods or worship, air quotes, worship an omnimax god are atheists. That's it. The omnimax god is the god of atheism, right? Because if you look at Christianity, for example, or any of the Abrahamic religions, which is like 1/3 of the population of religious people, Yahweh is not a god of classical theism. He's weak. He's stupid, right? There's all kinds of things that are problems for his acceptance into the halls of the god of classical theism. But atheists will talk to them all the time, and they will use the god of classical theism to push back against the character of Yahweh. That's incoherent to me. It's like you're comparing apples to oranges here. Yeah, they're both fruit, but one's your fruit and the other one's that guy's fruit. God of classical theism is not Yahweh, so why use the God of classical theism at all? You just invented a God for you to state what you're atheistic with respect to, because people like me come along and say, well, what about naturalistic pantheists? Now the atheist needs an out. The atheist needs a way to say, well, that's not the God I'm talking about, because they know they don't want to pick up the burden of proof that that thing's not a God. They don't want that burden, so they don't necessarily just say that. So they've said, well, I'm going to define God to be most coherent to me so that you know what I'm rejecting. But then it's like, that doesn't address naturalistic pantheism. Are you an atheist or not? Right? And the only thing they can do is irrationally declare that they're a God expert, and they know for a fact that reality lacks the God-bearing attribute. So they don't have to consider it as a God blah, blah, blah. Dude, it's just fundamentally broken. You don't need to do any of these mental gymnastics as an atheist. You just have to be able to admit that some people point at things that are real and call them God, and that you don't know what makes them God other than it's a monkey pointing at it and calling it God. That's Igtheism. That's the burden. I don't have a burden of proof to tell you what a God is. My definition of a God is about human behavior, which is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to reference their inability to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. So that just is a testament to them gassing out on something, not getting information, and then just being like, God did it, God, right? They just give this like, right? It's similar to that. It's just a sound they're making. They're not actually articulating a concept here. They've provided you a concept from pure semantics, right? But what does that, again, have to do with reality? You're never going to understand reality by dealing with a bunch of people and their semantic models, right? You don't know what the relationship between their semantic model and their epistemic model is. But they're conflating their semantic model as an epistemic model, and the atheists are letting them do that. And the problem is that a valid epistemic model has ontology. You're just pushing back on your knowledge, right? That's when you grant epistemics, you grant ontology. You can't have ontology or epistemics without ontology, because that's what your epistemic is modeling, is the ontology, the reality of the situation. And so when you allow people a purely semantic content to fill the void of an epistemic model, you've granted ontology. So I say to atheists, you've allowed God to exist just to say that it doesn't exist. That's stupid. Why are you granting that they have a valid epistemic model that you're giving pushback to from your God of classical theism? It's like, dude, just step back and realize you don't need atheism to explain anything about you. You already know that.
Let's say if someone says that they think God is like an immaterial mind with causal powers, right? Isn't that at least ground to start probing and seeing if there's justification for such thing?
How?
I suppose.
In what way? It's like, what is the interface? Walk me through that. What's the interface?
Well, what do you mean by that? What's the epistemic justification for such thing?
If I'm declaring, ow, that hurt, right? What is the grounding for that? Am I just declaring something about reality?
Experience?
Well, am I? Ow, that hurt. Am I?
Yeah.
It's constructed that way, though, isn't it? Semantically represents
I would have justification in thinking that you were referencing a state there. Just because I say ow whenever I stub my toe, that gives me some sort of justification.
Right, that's the confusion. But we could do that in pure imagination, which was the one that I was going with. I was just going with the statement, ow, that hurt. That doesn't mean that I'm actually in pain or referencing a state of affairs. But it's so easy to manipulate you. I just say, ow, damn, it's cold. I say, damn, it's cold, and your brain is automatically on the epistemic side of things, not on the imagination side of things, right? Because I'm giving you cues about ontology. It's cold. That's a state of affairs. I'm referencing the state of affairs and my relationship to it. So when I'm making these kind of epistemic claims, they require warrant. I don't just get to say anything I want about a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp. If I say it's got a round tail, it's purple, and it's got small teeth, that's going to be wrong. I don't have the luxury to define a beaver any way that I want. It has a dependent definition. So the concept that I have of a beaver is dependent on the nature of the beaver. It's not an independent variable where I can define a beaver any way that I want and still have a coherent model of it. That's not true. A beaver's definition is locked into the nature of the beaver, and all we're doing is drawing from that semantic content that we can symbolically represent by using words like brown. But brown can be applied to anything. Brown is not a quality, it's a word, right? It's a word we use to reference a quality, which is brownness, right? It's like, what is the essence of corn? It'd be cornness. What is the essence of a pea? It would be pea-ness, right? That's what the essence of these things are. We're only given words to describe that semantically. And it's easy to trick a brain, especially a brain that wants to believe that there's an ontology out there, that this guy's articulating himself well and he must know something about it. Listen, he can put it all together linearly. You can ask him lateral questions and he can bring it back in. That's just a con man, right? It could be, or just a really good professor. It just depends on a lot of factors, right? But what they're really playing at, that I'm hinting at, is that they're playing on your natural drive to draw upon semantics to explain your epistemic model, which is the same avenue of thought that you use to make shit up. And so it's so easy to conflate these two that, absent the experience, you must conclude that you don't have warrant. You do not have epistemic warrant to conclude anything about the nature of a thing. You should conclude it's a non sequitur until more information comes about.
Yeah, and I think I would agree with you in like the epistemic sense, but I guess like where I disagree with you on is more so like, you know, is meaning necessarily tied to ontology? Like, would you
Meaning of
agree with that?
extants, meaning of the extant in nature. You're right. Like, I could show you that it's a large rodent of genus Castor, and you freak the fuck out, right? Because you were bit by a beaver 2 years ago and it gave you rabies, and that shit sucks, so you freaked out. That's not in the box, but that's
Well, maybe not,
meaning,
like-
right? That's baggage you brought. I didn't know that you got bit by a beaver, right? And then when I showed it open, trigger, you freaked out, right? Like, oh shit, it's round two, right? That's meaning that's involved in this situation that's not contained in that box. That's baggage you brought to the table. But what else is the baggage that you brought? The mere conceptualization of the beaver itself. That's why I said, before we open the box, let's go through that you had the semantics to represent it. And you did. You said you had all the semantics to represent it. Then when we opened the box, you realized that all of those words were the important ones, and all the ones that were not important were just washed out of your brain. You were brainwashed, right? It's just gone, right? You were brainwashed by the thing. You appealed to its nature and described it. And you're right. There's a lot of information in our brains that we bring as baggage to conversations, which is why I think one of the main reasons atheists have a problem with Igtheism, because of my comfort level with saying some gods exist. I just don't know what makes them God. That's my excuse. It's like, this guy said this thing here is a god. That thing clearly exists. I just don't know what it's a god, other than this guy's pointing at it. And I think that's a better pushback, because I'm not denying ontology. That's the mistake, is that atheists deny the ontological status of God. And so all things God, the answer is no. And I think that gets you guys into a philosophical blunder. You start tripping over these issues of granting these things where you had no cause to grant them. You've picked up a burden that you didn't need to pick up.
Well, like if I'm like arguing with like a pantheist, for example, like I wouldn't say in that sense I'm an atheist. Well, because like if they're just thinking like God is the universe or whatever, like I think there's justification to think the universe exists. So if you want to like utter the word God and attach that meaning to it, then sure, whatever. It's just like no, it's more no, it's more so just like getting on the same like semantic level as them and just like matching definitions. Like you could call God a beaver. Like then if you say like, "Hey, do you think God exists?" If you think God exists, then I'll say yeah because you're showing me a beaver. I don't necessarily think that like meaning is tied to like a referential quality. It's more so just like what are we trying to convey? Yeah. Why not say like you're just like an atheist to most commonly held definitions of God? No, not necessarily. I'm not making an argument. I'm just saying that your belief state is that according to like let's say if the definition of God used is an immaterial mind with causal powers, like you would probably say you're an atheist to that sort of claim, right? Yeah. Would you? Yeah, well, like let's say like if I show you like I don't know this like really cool like little fuzzy animal, maybe it has wings or whatever, and I'm like, hey, this thing is God. Like, would you? Well, you agree that like people can, but that thing would be like that thing would be God at least within the dialect that we're having. Like, okay, right. I would just say like in that case, if if that's what we're defining God is, I would then be a theist because I think I have justification in thinking that God exists because you're holding it in your hand and puffing on it, you know. Well, I guess like well, are you would you consider yourself like a logical positivist? Like the meanings of things and words are okay. Yeah, I'd agree. Have you read like Wittgenstein and stuff and his later works? Yeah. And again, don't have to. I would recommend it because I kind of considered myself as like an atheist in the past, but I don't know. Something that changed my mind is just that I feel like people can attach meaning to utterances without like needing like some form of like referential quality. Like, yeah, yeah, totally. But like you could still carry, but like if two people share the same imagination, like you could have like meaningful discussion about that, like Pokemon or something. Yeah. Wait, wait. Okay, so you're a mathematical realist in that sense?
No, I'm just saying I'm conveying information, but I'm drawing upon the same semantic content, right? Whether I'm saying 2 + 2 = 4 or 2 plus 2 equals 9. I'm drawing upon the same semantic content so I could say both effortlessly, right? I could just say 2 plus 2 equals 9. I ate cheese on Wednesday, right? The moon is blue, right? Like I could say these things, but we also know that that's a problem when we're discussing ontology. And so absent the shared interrelated experience, you don't have truth, bro. Like you just have your own solipsistic fucking nightmare, I guess. But if you
See, I
want
would agree, but like I think you could have justification in that model. Like you could have justification. You can have like justification that I don't know, 2 plus 2 equals 5 if it's just you, if you're the one defining the system.
not if you're using logic, because it's logic that defines 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Well, you would just like have to create your own logic, you know. It's like game relative.
Well, yeah, but you're just saying it in a different way that if you're not using logic, yeah.
Yeah, I guess like not like the traditional sense of logic. Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. But like I could like just kind of formulate my own, call it a I don't know a Billy logic, you know, where 2 plus 2
jargon.
equals 5.
There's
And,
nothing wrong with jargon if it works, just like there's nothing wrong with Igtheism if it works. And I think it works to set out what it does. It's a linguistic philosophy. My burden of proof is to show that gods come about by monkeys pointing at them and calling them God. That's my burden.
Yeah.
So someone's
And I
going to
think
have to show me a god that didn't get its godhood status in that manner, which is
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah, and I feel like it's useful for most, but I don't know. I feel like atheism kind of I feel like it struggles a bit whenever you're talking to like I don't know, maybe like more of like a Catholic or maybe like an Orthodox, which oh shit. Sorry, I just got another call. I gotta run. I'm gonna give you a follow though, man. I think I used to watch you on Discord years ago. Are you the same guy? Yeah. Okay, very cool. Yeah. Cool. Well, nice to meet you, man. I'll hop on some other time and we can continue the convo. Later, man.
If you shake them hard enough, they'll return. And there's actually a truth to this. It was introduced to me in a documentary I watched. It was on an anthropology documentary where they gave an idea that maybe spirituality might have come from, and they just give an example that like two guys out on a hunt, they come upon an animal, and you know they hit the animal, and the animal freaks out and hits one of them, and you know hurts that guy really bad, knocks him unconscious. But the other guy thinks he's dead. He finishes off the animal, he kills it, or it's dying or whatever, and he runs over to his buddy who just got trashed by this animal, and he's like, oh, freaking out over him, and then just as the animal's like gave its death knell, his dude came back to life, right? It just an idea where early humans could have over contextualized things that happened, like I was saying, like you shake someone and scream at them hard enough and they can return. I mean, you got this in Avengers, when the Hulk did it to Iron Man. That's just a movie, but there's an emotional tie that you can imagine where somebody might have died, something happened to them, and in their agony at the loss of this person, they're shaking them and moving them around real hard and inadvertently doing CPR on them. As we understand what CPR's function is to return cardiovascular circulation. If you're wailing on somebody and shaking them about, you are inadvertently doing CPR. It's better that somebody's doing that to you than not, right? Like if you just keel over and die of a heart attack and they don't freak out and do that. So there are these common behaviors that get tied and associated with certain quote unquote miraculous things, and they're to an early human being who is struggling to understand what life even is and what unconsciousness is, what true death versus clinical death versus cardiac arrest or something. They lack that contextual mimetic understanding of anatomy and physiology, and they may make some weird irrational spiritual type links or something like that. So I don't know. I like to take all humans kind of throughout time into perspective on that. And so I'd say that depending on how you're contextualizing it, that, yeah, it's no doubt that religion is classified under anthropology. It's just, I think the real question is where? Is it under general anthropology? Is it under cultural anthropology? Is there a type of human being that is not religious in any way? There is a known tribe that we interacted with called the Puraha. They were allegedly completely without religion, but it's very few and far between tribes that don't have some form of spirituality in their culture. So I would say that with few exceptions, spirituality is at least so old that it predates language, predates any real modern development, to where it would be something that just is just part of our natural human intellect, right? That we can theorize and think of imagination and stuff like that. Well, I think they're you guys trying to say something? Yeah, sorry, these guys in my Discord are just hearing me just like blather to myself. I don't know if they're like engaged in side chat and TikTok. So well, yeah, everything about humans is some aspect of our genetics and biology. I mean, it's just trivial. If you see humans doing it, that is somehow tied to our genetics. So when you see a human get inside of a rocket and hit the go button, you're just watching one of the things that is biologically possible by one of those organisms that makes that thing. It's just their vessel of getting around. I mean, for the longest time we rode horses and cow and stuff like that, and now we build rockets. That's just one of the things you see humans do. Dude, somebody, is that you, Pat? Just smashing the shit out of that like button, dude. Thanks. I gotta learn TikTok so much. Does anybody want to come up and disagree with some shit I said? Disagree with the prompt? Anybody disagree with the prompt? Huh? We're all in agreement with the prompt, huh? Every single one. How many's in here? Where'd that button go?
What? No, I'm not a debate bro, but how's it going? Okay. Well, I was just curious as to what the third option would be, because I'm not. Well, no, you said theism and atheism is a false dichotomy, so there must be a third choice. Then, what's the third choice? Wait, wait. What would be the only rational? Oh, what's that? So it's strictly a like a li- I guess I'm a little confused as to what you mean by it's a linguistic thing. Like linguistics describe something that is, right? Like to say water or something is linguistic. Sure, but to say words describe what water is doesn't make water less water. To say a different word could describe it, like water is also agua, for example. Like to say water is agua, that's a linguistic thing, but it's hinting at, or it's trying to express something, right? Well, no, I guess I'm Igtheism. I don't know what that means other than saying that we use words to describe theism or describe atheism. Yeah, we use words, but what does that have to do with anything? It's either describing something true or it's not. Yeah, but to say it's a false dichotomy would be pointing towards the truth of it. So either atheism is true or theism is true. So what's the third option? What's the third option is what I was saying. But Igtheism doesn't describe something real. It doesn't describe a third choice. It's just saying linguistics. So how is it played out then? Like, so Igtheism would be saying that what? That God does exist and is in words, or God doesn't exist and it's all in our minds, like a social construct type thing? Or what's it? I guess I still don't understand what Igtheism is.
Are you getting the TikTok warnings yet?
All right.
They give you a lot of warnings when you're like happening during the live. Like they want you.
Yeah. So okay. So basically, if I understand you
I
correctly,
think there's
you're
like
saying that people go for it.
there's like an activity thing, but I have no idea what the criteria is.
Can you hear me?
I cannot.
Hello, hello. Oh, well, you can hear me though, right? Well, I guess, yeah, I can hear him, but I guess that's a bummer. He can't hear me. But I guess so.
Oh, there was like a whole spiel going on. Sorry.
As long as I'm getting this straight, or let's make sure I'm getting this straight. So, are you saying that because people have different worldviews, are you claiming that our worldviews are so radically different that we cannot trust a single thing someone says except for to continuously validate everything they say with epistemic justifications or something? Because it sure sounded like you were trying to say when you're talking to someone, you have to keep referring back to them and their epistemology or something in order to understand what they're saying. Oh, okay, but is your claim, like when you made the dog versus the walrus claim, like are you claiming that an atheist and a theist lack so much, like their fundamentals are so different they couldn't talk about a pet, and that you can't trust what someone says if they said, "Oh, my dog's barking"? You would have to withhold any type of judgment except for to say, I think the fact that no, I think simply the fact that you said it, if you're a trustworthy source. Like I don't think I need to see a dog barking to say, "Oh, I know you have a dog." Sure, but no, I totally agree people can lie, but I don't think well, actually I actually do think like there are uh there are things that can increase the probability of someone telling the truth. And I think, and I guess that's what you were just bringing up though. I mean it all comes down to truth seeking though, right? It all comes down to truth seeking. That's not what okay, but that's not why I know, hold on, but that's not why no, but see, here's the thing though. Uh, uh Claims are often used as evidence. So, you know, claims are can be a justified evidence, and that's why I brought in honesty, but you have to establish that. Um Valid epistemic models. My icon or whatever is blocking the other one. Oh, I don't know what that is. So are you saying imagination is some type of something that's not real? Well, and hold on. I think you're using imagination a little bit loosely because consciousness is something we don't fully understand. I mean, you would agree with that, right? And consciousness, are you using imagination like I can imagine a unicorn, but it's not real? But consciousness, I can't describe, but is real. Okay. Oh, okay. Loose. Okay, like I'm trying to think of a word for it, like your orientation type thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll hit mute. Sure. Do you mind if I jump in here real quick? Because I do feel like a lot's being said, but I don't think we're moving forward. So I try to simplify things. So I try to simplify things, and so to see, well, hear me out. So if I say it is raining right now, or it's not raining right now, that is a true dichotomy. You'd agree? Like it is either raining or it is not. There is no, it's kind of raining. Like that's no, no, no. I'm talking about true dichotomies. Like that, there is a truth because we're no, no, I'm not. I'm actually referencing reality. Well, you're claiming, yeah, no, no, no. Hear me out. All right. So this is where I think you're putting a whole bunch of unnecessaries in there. No, and well, even cognitively. So I'm at my house. Hold on. So I'm at my house and I say it's not raining. You know, there's a 50-50% chance I'm either telling the truth and it's not raining. No, no, actually, the weather. No, hold on. No, see, no, you brought something in there that's wrong. The weatherman does not dictate whether it's raining or not. I tell you it's not. Hold, no, no. All right, fine. And then let me clarify. No, that wasn't okay. This is a different hypothetical, but Me observing it, me observing the weather has zero effect. Me observing it has zero effect. Well, actually, I would actually contest that. I don't think it would be fruitful, but it is either, like, if I was to tell you, or if you tell me it's raining where you are and you're observing it, my claim was that I have a 50% chance of guessing right. So, all right, so what's the difference between epistemics and ontology then? Okay. So, so the epistemics would be like it's pouring or it's sprinkling versus it is raining. Is that a fair assessment? Okay, yeah, I think that would be a fair evaluation that I gave then. Like, that's really all you get is you get more details about it, you know. Sure, sure. So let's tie this back in then. Look, can we? Because all right, I kind of like where we are. So can we tie this back into atheism and theism? You say is a false dichotomy. So so now we know that it's a
Yo,
true dichotomy, that it rains or it's not raining.
yo.
We know that's a true dichotomy. So if this
Reading.
is a
I might
false
have to wait a sec.
dichotomy, there
There's a
is a
thing
God
on
or there
TikTok.
is no God, then what's the third option? Nothing to the no, it doesn't. But that has nothing to, no, but see, no, actually, yeah, and I know, and you're using it, yeah, but you're using it to be dishonest. You're using it for dishonesty. No, even no, even in the atheist versus theist, yes. Okay, then what's the third option? You see, you're saying because you have a lack of understanding of what rain actually does. No, because to claim existence is, we know existence is. Atheism and theism is two. No, but see, hold on. Once again, that's still not a problem because if you're saying then no, because if there is a God, then there is theism. That's a true dichotomy. That's just not true. Well, all right. Actually, All right, then hold on then. Then what you're claiming is atheism is wrong, but it still is a true dichotomy. How is it not how is it not a dichotomy? What's the third option? Even if you claim there is multiple gods. God exists. Yes. But that's not an argument against the dichotomy. That's just saying I know, all right, I do understand this. Well, no, actually it's very simple. I do get it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, this is like saying, all right, so hold on. Let's try it this way. All right, an ant. Say there's an ant colony and they're all talking amongst each other and they say, one of them goes outside, sees a person and goes back and tries to describe it to the other ants. And they say, "Oh, I saw this big thing." Or say it's two ants and they see different things about it. And then they go back and try to describe it to the other ant colony. Because they get it wrong or they don't understand it fully, you're claiming that their claim that people exist is somehow a non sequitur, where that's just dumb because you can't define absent. So all right, so then so logic doesn't exist then because you can't really experience. Well, all right, fine. That's a bad example. Well, no, I don't think you experience it. I think you come to an understanding of it. Well, no, because you have to understand it. All right, fair enough, fair enough. I'll grant you that, and you're right there. But I don't know. I still think that doesn't move because someone doesn't understand God or can't describe God. I still think that doesn't make it a false dichotomy. Well, God is God by definition, right? Isn't that just God by definition? That, yeah, but that's just dumb, though. No, obviously you would use your logic to rule some out. You say, okay, these two things don't mesh. I know, and then you have to slowly rule them out, though, right? You never rule them out. Well, I would say that's no, no. I get what you're saying. No, no, I think I get what you're saying, but all right, here's what I'm saying though. That what someone perceives of God does not uh answer the truth of the question of does God exist or does he not exist? That's a dichotomy. Okay, but that is a dichotomy, and that's what I've been getting at. I think there's many small g gods, and there's one big G God. Sure, some don't. You're right, but those would be little case J's. Sure. No, 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 no. See, that's just poor understanding. That's just poor understanding. Once again, no, once again, theism is the claim that God exists. So if any God, no, 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 you didn't. You think you did. That's why I said it's poor understanding. You said, do all gods have to exist in order for theism to be true? Okay, then. Okay. So then saying, I know, but you just disproved yourself. But all right. All right, go for it. Yeah, I agree. You're still wrong. You're still wrong because when you say something is a dichotomy, so for example, let's use the raining example. If I can say it is raining right now, and it's a true dichotomy that it is either raining or not. Those things are not mutually exclusive, my friend. Because 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 definitions have meanings, and when you bastardize all the English language, dichotomy has a meaning. All right, so hold on. Is it true dichotomy that it's either raining or not? Is it is it a true dichotomy? Yes or no? Because I've got you. Yes, it's a true dichotomy, but guess what? It's not raining right now, therefore it's not a
right, I'll be right back. I'm not on TikTok no more, but I will be back.
Hey, Mogi.
What's up?
The metal song you sent me, I could understand the English parts, but what was the hum words? I couldn't find a translation or a manuscript.
What the riddly diddly?
Yes, yeah. Something about a wall, a metal wall. Did I hear that right?
Oh, that I send you the Kings one?
Yeah. Yes.
It's Metal War, I think.
Oh my gosh, did I was lit I had it turned up and it was the same. Yeah, I did like that kind of metal. That wasn't too bad.
It's a gem from the past. Yeah, nothing noteworthy specifically, but
My other friend was trying to get me to listen to that baby metal stuff, and I couldn't get into it. Prove it. Prove it, goddammit. Oh, it's Mango. What's up, Mango?
All right, how's the audio? There we go. Doing good, doing good. Especially for seems like what people are going for in Florida for our new governor candidate.
It's not looking good, in my opinion.
Not looking good.
I mean, we have a bunch of handicapped individual, people voting for their feelings and not like actually finding out what the people did. So I don't see it turning out too well. But I've been wrong more than I've been right, so I might be wrong.
Yeah, I see that too. We'll have to see when it comes to, I guess, November. Yeah.
Wasn't today the primary where we're voting for who we're voting for? I think.
Oh yeah, today is election day. Yeah.
is Moskowitz on your ticket, or is that a different district? You know who I'm talking about? Jared Moskowitz. He's like he's got them cancer bracelets and the spiky hair.
Dude, I gotta be better about vaping.
You gotta like do it less.
I just gotta hide it better. And I gotta figure out the Discord situation because I don't want to keep you guys from being able to talk. And that shit was just crazy where he couldn't hear you, but you could hear him. And
I do not have a problem with the format. If I like saying something, I'll try to cut in and say something, and if I can't, I'll hold it for later. Like I understand.
well, it's just that people on when I have somebody on stage, they can't hear what's going on.
Well, they couldn't. Nobody on YouTube could hear you at all.
I think we'll figure out an interactive format once you get the live streaming down. Because there's a lot of. Oh, sorry, Muggy.
I don't think anybody has a good solution right now in the industry. I
No,
think they're just prioritizing TikTok.
And TikTok has it to where you can I can hop on TikTok and then connect to your portal, and you can have guest chatters that pop in and pop out. That's pretty cool. But Discord would still override a lot of that through OBS Studio and stuff.
Oh yeah. Damn, I wish I would have known that the audio was fucked and that YouTube couldn't hear me. There's just, I need like 4 more monitors.
Can you can have 4 display ports with your 1080, right?
Oh, I have no idea. I'd need to get like a whole new setup and shit. That's just not happening anytime soon.
No, I was gonna say that honestly, right now Newegg has these Dell 24-inch monitors for like $49, and they take display ports though. So
Yeah, I think I only have 1 display port on a 1080.
well, then wait a minute. My 1080 has 2 display ports, 2 HDMI ports, and a DVI.
Oh, maybe then I do have 2.
Yeah, you should, because mine I have an EVGA 1080, but it's not a TI. It's just a 1080. Let me see. Hold on. I can tell you exactly what it has. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it has. My 1080 has 2 display ports, 2 HDMI ports, and a DVI-D port, which is like a high definition for like tube television. So you could essentially go to the Goodwill or the Salvation Army and pick up some of those $10 monitors like I did, and hook those up so you have multiple monitors. I like that little valid epistemic model and the pure semantic content and the picture thing. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was fun.
I want to know where you get those books you're reading in those pictures.
Just, just all over stuff that I read, pass out to my army.
Yeah. That's some good book titles right there.
That's not bad.
Bro just said trichotomy instead of a dichotomy.
Dude, he was trying to maintain atheism and theism as options, even though I was arguing that it was a false dichotomy. It's like, yeah, I can't. It's one option, and it's atheism or atheism. Two options here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and then they came up with the third option, agnosticism. So you don't know, it doesn't exist, and it does exist, and that's a trichotomy.
All right, so my YouTube currently has my TikTok chat on it. What else do I need to add to this shit?
Well, I mean, would a drizzle or would a sprinkle still be considered rain, or is rain like a specific size of water drop when it comes down? Like, is that what you're like talking about?
Well, I mean, where I was trying to go, that I don't know why he sparked out when he did, but where I was trying to go was that we have to be clear and precise in our language because it can be misinterpreted. And just because you declare that it's raining outside and you have a notion in your head about what it means to be raining outside doesn't mean that the person receiving the message has the same semantic content in association with the way that you say it's raining outside. That's why I said men, it's raining, then there must be just full of men outside, right? Like some people might interpret it that way. Now, it would be exceedingly rare to find somebody that's actually going to make that interpretation, but it's possible. It's just saying that the ambiguity of language, you got to be careful about ambiguous statements. Say what you mean what you say. And I guess dude didn't want to go down to how we abuse semantics, how we quibble over semantics, right? Which is an issue. It needs to be discussed. It's not to be hand waved away. People do this in conversation. They misunderstand you. Misunderstandings lead to semantic problems.
Yeah, it's like the statement, "Let's go eat grandma." You know what I mean? Like, if you don't,
It's let's go eat out, grandma. Punctuation is everything.
yeah, that can still be incorrect. Like, let's go eat out, grandma. Even that could be, like you said, it could be interpreted differently amongst people who not hear language, but process language differently. Was there a comma there before "eat grandma" was said, or are we going to just physically eat grandma? On the TikTok, you should have a live section.
Oh, I found it. You got it's on a whole different thing. Yeah, but I gotta figure out a way to stream TikTok into here so that people in here can hear all the other stuff so that they don't interrupt. Because I ain't trying to get on anybody's shit for the interruption. It'd be stupid, but it sucked when it happened and how it happened because dude couldn't hear anything, and it would be nice. Well, Mogi couldn't hear him, so I need a way to get TikTok audio in here. Because yeah, it's one thing you guys come in and you do your TikTok or whatever, but then a random jackass comes in here and they just hear me talking to myself. So I gotta figure out how to. Because I mean, I could deafen, but then it's just like a whole nother conversation going off on in here, right? Like, and I want both worlds. I want both. Doesn't work without both. The only thing I can think of is just directing people to YouTube and they deal with the 30-second delay. That way they don't gotta install TikTok. So I think first is ontology. Second is experience, because without that experience, what are you like? What does that even mean? And that's kind of where you're getting at, is like, without the experience. That's why I kind of put us in the middle there. It's like, because without the experience, what does anything even mean? It doesn't mean anything, right? Like, there's no meaning there. It's just nonsense, right? There's no experience. There's nothing to describe. So that can't be the start, man. Like, there's got to be a thing. Well, there's got to be two things. There's got to be a thing, and a thing experiencing the thing. What placed here before evolution? I don't even know what that means. Do you mean change? What was before change? Or do you just mean like biological evolution? What was before biological evolution? Just another form of chemical evolution? I mean, that's trivial, right? Isn't that what abiogenesis is trying to say? That the chemical reactions that we call biological chemistry just came from non-biological chemistry? It's pretty simple, right? We're all there. Atheism is not based on science. See, this is what I'm saying, man. This is not true. There's no science in atheism. What are you talking about? There's science in science, right? There's like in the sciences, they do science in the sciences, but atheism is a contingent philosophy. It's not even a regular philosophy with the normal burden of proof. So, like, what are you even talking about? Atheism is science, based on science. It's not based on science. It's based on experience or lack thereof or something like that. It's not based on science. What kind of nonsense. Is this what you guys do on TikTok? Is this what you guys been doing over here? We don't do this over here where I'm from. Like where you usually hang out, we don't do that. Just believe stuff like that. You know, we got structure and order in thinking, right? That's what we do. When natural time could have sufficed the evolution of primates? What are you talking about, man? I don't know. What is primates and evolution? Do you just feel like we're not monkeys, dude? Like, you could see this in the mirror, man. You could just go hold up a picture of a monkey, stand next to it in the mirror, and find the part you don't have, dude. Like, you should conclude that you got all the same parts. So what do you mean you're a primate, bro? If you're a primate, you're a monkey. Like, this is just how it is. Like, just like if you're a primate, you're a mammal. Same reason. What do you mean? What's the third option? That's not how that. Why do TikTokers keep asking that question? What does that even mean? If it's a false dichotomy, we lose options. We don't gain options. And if I was offering like, I guess I don't know. I would have to offer some amount of options, either one or two options to like negate options. But if I'm getting rid of both options, we don't gain an option. We're down to one option left. It's just if atheism and theism are, a false dichotomy, and we could just get rid of those as options, then we don't have those as options, right? That there's no options. That's like in 3 million years. Let's say we survive and we got a sport that we've only been playing for like 1,000 years. What is it? I don't know. What does it mean to talk about it? It doesn't mean anything. It's nonsense. Why would you speculate like that? I don't know. I feel like we're getting away. What's this? Was an atheist? Yeah. See, I was locked in atheism for like a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so. And somebody come at me and they said, "Hey, have you ever heard of theological non-cognitivism?" And I was like, "Nah, I ain't never heard of that." Looked into it, and I was sympathetic, but I was like, but isn't it true all language can have this problem? And then when I started realizing, yeah, technically all language can have this problem, but it doesn't, right? Because we're pretty rigorous as a species, fairly rigorous in communication, but for some topics we seem to get pretty lackadaisical on the whole requirement of logic and stuff. So, but yeah, does anybody want to offer pushback?
You like pineapple on pizza? Do you like pineapple on pizza?
Shut up. Sorry, I'm on Discord too, guys. So every now and again, you're going to hear like some nerd come into my fiefdom and subject themselves to my supreme power and authority.
He does what he likes with all the powers of Discord and TikTok and YouTube.
Does anybody want to come up here and disagree with the prop?
Yeah, thick link.
All right, bro. Let's go back to my first idea I sent to you. Let me scroll up quickly. By the way, my name is Sam. Nice to meet you, Green Bay native. Oh, okay, let me see here. So I know I'm pretty good at debating. I'm in high school. I'm training, or not high school, NWTC. I'm training to be in college. So the first thing I said to you was, do you think we are intelligent design? I'm 38. I'm 38. That's my first idea I brought up upon you. Deduce it or induce it. Deduce it. Deducted. Past tense. I'm not trying to debate here. I just want to expand my intellect because that's all I've been doing nowadays. A different person. You don't believe in intelligent design, but I read your label as atheism and theism is false dichotomy. That's a literal idea and skill. So what? You just read books? You believe in your bookworm?
No, I'm
no
actually
disrespect.
I'm actually
just-
an anti-nerd, bro.
Okay. I like your prop in the background. Those look like cereal boxes. I'm also
Yep.
funny.
Yeah, cereal box. Yep, it's a special case cereal, and then some coffee.
Cool. But see, just say yes or no.
Which one? What's the question?
Do you think we are intelligent design?
No. Human beings?
you don't-
No.
You don't think we're intelligent design? Okay, now let me go back to my next topic. Because hypothetically, when I'm like referencing Darwin here, this dude studied the size of beaks, okay? And he, from what I remember, he proved that we are evolution, right? From studying what, finches? Was that correct? Or whatever they were?
Well, he showed that there were differences in beaks according to the island that correlated to the type of food those animals were eating on that island, and presupposed that all of those birds could have come from a more primitive stock that didn't have all the features that we saw today, and that proposed that evolution must have occurred as the best explanation.
Now, okay, here's where it gets interesting. If those birds are so evolving, and this dude Darwin is like observing this scientifically, and if I was there with him, I'd come to a point and be like, why are we humans surveying all these beasts, right? Going through evolution still, and then I go, like example, those primates, those apes, those monkeys, right? Given several millennia into time, or even maybe a lot of millennia, you think those primates would have looked like us by now into those millennia into the future, right? So now, back to intelligent design.
Why would that be the case? Do you
'Cause that's
think humans are
evolution.
like the end? No, that's not evolution.
Evolution, dude, in time, general up to evolution, those monkeys on Earth right now would have become humans. That's right.
No.
But now, go back to intelligent design.
No. That's just no.
You're saying given eons and eons, animals now wouldn't be like shedding their fur and becoming man.
Dude, look, when was the last time you saw a chimpanzee?
The Nature Channel.
So like yesterday, today?
No, like years ago. On TV, I've never seen one in person, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. No, just saw one on TV.
Okay.
Okay,
So you're saying
you agree that there are? Do you agree there are chimps
Are you
out there?
agreeing with me?
Hold on.
I'm
Do
not
you
agreeing
agree
with
that
anything,
there
I'm
are
just correlating here.
chimpanzees? Do you agree that chimpanzees currently exist?
Let's just bring it down to one. Yes, chimpanzees, like the one that Jane Goodall studied.
Yeah, just
We'll use
chimps.
that
Like you
species
could
as
go
an
out there and
example.
find a chimp, right?
Yeah. No, they're already walking upright, right?
But that,
now
but
all they
that's
need.
hold on. But that's in 2026, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just say, according to my model, and not to get all down into the weeds of numbers, let's just say that life is 4.5 billion years old. Okay, those chimps that are alive in 2026, the ones walking around today, share the same historical.
Where did you get this idea that life is 4.5 billion
It
years
doesn't
old?
matter. I don't like I said.
Okay, you're using we're using from
as an
foundational
example.
variable.
Yeah, just an example. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just say we've determined life is 4.5 billion years old. It's not like chimps are from like a million years ago, and we're like ahead of them. We're all exactly 4.5 billion years on this chain. We're all on
This
the
is a
end.
theory, though. You're theorizing.
Hold on. It doesn't matter whether that is or not. You're misconceptualizing my model here. So I can't answer your questions because you're completely.
Wow, you have no answer?
My answer is that you're too dumb to understand my model. That would be my answer.
From what I realized, just listen to what I'm saying. Okay, here's my motto. Given millennia and millennia and millennia. That's so redundant. No disrespect. Because I took the respect to understand yours, at least understand mine. Why? And that's why I said I stupefied you down here. Okay, let's go back to your title. Atheism, theism, false dichotomy. Let's move on, I guess. So I know the definition of false dichotomy. That's why when I read it, really, okay. Yeah, well, false dichotomy is the one I understand, and then there's just the dichotomy. Now, when I was in Seattle, there's two false dichotomies. What's the definition of dichotomy? A or not A? That's not a dichotomy. That's not a dichotomy because you're saying like, so here, I'll give you an example of a dichotomy. I start drawing an apple and it turns out to be an orange. That's a dichotomy drawing. You're just saying it's either A or B. Dichotomy shouldn't even be a verb associated with that. So this is not a transition
example.
of an idea.
It's just
I'm only
it's
relating
just
this
an
up on a
outcome with
drawing.
only two options.
Oh,
That's what
interesting.
a
My bad,
dichotomy
bro. 38. How old are you? All right, let's move on. No, I am serious. I don't lie. Why you gotta laugh? Okay, let's move on. I know you're gonna love this because your title says atheism and theism is false dichotomy. So from what you just told me, it's either religion or no religion. Now this has nothing to do with religion. It has something to do with human contextual faith. Do you believe Yeshua betrayed humanity and was also betrayed in his self? Are you using the internet? That is not cool. No, yeah, cool, but can you just wrap your mind around this?
So I Googled, is A or not A dichotomy? And it
Really?
says yes, A, and, quote, not A, quote, form a true and perfect dichotomy. In logic, dividing any set or concept into a category and its exact negation covers every single possibility without any gaps or overlaps.
So my
A or
definition of
not
false
A
dichotomy is
a type of dichotomy.
I agree. Like if I
or
read
B is also a dichotomy.
if I read Sunset Soup, all right, my false dichotomy would be that it's either a sunrise villain or a sunset superhero. Does that make sense? What? I was trying to give you my definition of a false dichotomy.
Bro, I don't give a rat's butthole about your personal definition of a
It's
false
not personal.
dichotomy.
I got it. I read this. It wasn't personal.
You have
I just
two
paraphrased
types of ones that I know. These are the two. Let's just get through this. So the first type is the one we just discussed. A or not A. That's
so it's
dichotomous.
either sunrise or a sunset.
No. It's either there is a sunrise or there is no sunrise.
Oh, okay, cool. I gotta bring this to psych.
That's a dichotomy. Now, there's another kind of dichotomy, and that is when there are two options, A or B. And it's only A and only B. Those are your only two options. That's another kind of dichotomy.
Oh, cool. Yes, Sensei. All right. So can we go over that again? So it's either A or negative A.
You gotta have all the crowns in the box, my guy.
Yep. You've got to have all the crayons, man. Like in understanding base, dude. This is basic. If I can understand this in logic, literally everybody you can hear me right now should be able to understand this. This is trivial. Like, and you being a condescending prick after failing that hard to not understand what the most clear and basic form of dichotomy is, and then trying to put that stank on me and acting like, all condescending and stuff. It's just disgusting, dude. It's a waste of everybody's time. No one wants to hear that anymore. Get ChatGPT. Talk to ChatGPT.
I don't hear you on YouTube. I don't hear you on YouTube.
Did what? Yeah, I don't know. YouTube should be hearing me. I didn't change anything.
Yeah, I can hear the TikTok guest, but not you.
No, I can hear me on YouTube right now.
All right, maybe I'm hallucinating.
You might be hallucinating. Oh, you might be in the past, dude. Like catch up to the future. You might have paused it for some amount of time or something like that.
Yeah, I kind of don't think so.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Depends on how you conceptualize that, but it could be. It could be A sub or B sub billion, right? B sub 8 billion. It's just fundamentally incoherent. That's the problem. So we don't really have a great way to categorize the God thing, to talk about it categorically like this. This is why it's a false dichotomy. But because you guys, both you atheists and you theists, you just synergize on gaslighting each other, that you're just completely oblivious to this. Just zoom out a little.
Okay, first of all, my bad. All apologies. Thanks.
I think there's like another window of users.
I think you can delete that.
Testing. Okay, cool. Audio works. Awesome. So.
Yeah, it did.
All right. How many people is in this chat? No, I mean, my bad. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. How many is in your
Bananas.
TikTok? Yeah. Anyways, so okay, it's irrelevant. So you wanna ask me a question, or should I ask you a question about this? It's just I had a dream about this, and it's been on my mind for a while. Okay. Oh, okay. Rules. Got it. Rules. Okay, so 3i Atlas is the idea. Is it a false dichotomy? So are we going to the belief of it and the not belief of it? Should we start there? So we're gonna apply that to 3i Atlas? Okay, so can you, what's debate proing? Is teamwork a part of the plus of that? Like you and me thinking together? Like
No, the conversation like that never goes anywhere besides them just. Oh, my bad.
I hear you, bro. Yeah. Well, I didn't choose it.
I don't hear him. I only hear you.
Oh man, I just.
Well, yeah, but I'm reading the TikTok on the screen.
Cool. So can I start this off? Okay. Artemis, stop. Sit down, dude. It's my cat. Okay, so the whole goal of bringing up this conversation idea is should we be like fearful or of this advent of 3i Atlas or whatever it's called? Because I only know about this like 2 Christmases ago and in October, and I didn't pay much attention to it because. Well, no, like, cause like the dream brought me into a moment where I like surveyed a negative scenario of it, and then I went to some like chat room, a live chat room with a highly intellective individual, and I just realized me going over the negative scenario brought me to a positive scenario. I'm just saying, like, I'm not afraid of 3i Atlas anymore because it was conveyed to me in a dream. And then I started researching it because I didn't even think it was real, but like information about it is everywhere if you want to find it. But I want to know, like, are they really trying to, how is this, like,
a bunch of rambling.
bring about, yes, sir? Really? Cool. Yeah. Have you have you ever seen the movie Macross 2?
It sounds more like they're confused about the physics of the asteroid due to the gravitational well of the sun, and they seem like they don't understand that concept much.
Yeah.
I think you're just getting bogged in language. It's like you're just
general-
using keywords like
general
positive
rule,
and negative scenario. And if you
takes in that
Google
theory that the meteorite.
Well, on that
is,
notion,
deterred by
you're
the
not
gravity
going to
of the
actually
sun.
like learn something meaningful. I think you should just like examine the philosophical positions themselves, the reasons they're held, and then just see if they hold up. Like that's it.
But like, are we going anywhere with this idea out
Good
there that
epistemic
this
appraisal.
comet, quote unquote?
Drone epistemics.
Really? Well, I care because I saw a dream of it. I don't know if it's like if it's I should be correlative of this scenario.
Dude, who cares about your dream? Oh my god.
Nice. Okay. Huh. I don't know. I guess that's it, man. Well, thanks for your time. Please follow me. I just need 11 more followers to improvise my guitar skills. I mean, oh, you don't have TikTok? How are you on my TikTok feed? Really? I'm trying to go on live because I think you need 50 followers. And I've just been trying to like get as many. I mean, I don't want to disrespect your intellect with mine, but then we gotta meet in the middle.
I can't hear you, Ig, on YouTube. I can hear everybody else, but not you. I know. I heard you at first, and then you disappeared for some reason. It's weird.
Yeah, YouTube is being
Not
weird.
wow, you're a gnosis intellect. Is that make sense, sir?
Are you Mike?
Agnosticon? I just read that because I know a lot
What
about
happened
gnosis.
is are you using OBS? I think it kicked the one sound from one and it's taken the other. But I can
Yeah,
hear me.
yeah, yeah.
Agnosticon. In Sitsani.
All right, man. Look, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to talk about epistemic, so I'm going to move on to not listening to you anymore.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. That's how about you bring something about that I can help you with? I'm a great listener. Okay. All right.
Audio came back. Oh, so what's happened is when Discord goes into the background, OBS cuts its audio off from like your mic, but it will record the sound coming out of the Discord. Yeah, you're right. A second monitor would solve the problem. No, then yeah, the third would you have to have each window open individually and stream in simultaneously. It's weird how you have to do it.
Yeah, no, you which is weird because OBS says it's hearing me. So maybe I just need to like reinstall something. I got like an audio glitch going on. I think it's clicking on OBS.
The sun will rise and set until it explodes.
Yeah, something's disconnected. Test. So it seems like if I'm clicked in OBS, it's working. Yeah, so I got to be clicked into OBS, I think. Well, that sucks.
The first suspect I would always have would be the microphone input in OBS. Like you could choose a different audio source.
You know, I just think it does a better job philosophically. It has a burden of proof, like all philosophy should have, and I think it's got an easy to prove one. And I think the way that that I think is just it's just like a little bit more clear, I guess, than the theist or the atheist epistemics.
That window that just popped up that said inactivity detected, when you click that, your audio went.
My audio what went bad? It might been because I do push to talk and I had to stop pushing to talk to slide it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, if anybody's got any objections to Igtheism, or if you think you could prove atheism, or you can provide the ontological status of your God thing, and it's not just like a tree or something, you can let me know. Are you there? You got a problem with the prompt? Dichotomy. Wow. Going one igtheist against a whole ass internet full of opposition. Wow.
Remember, they don't have actual knowledge. They just believe what they've been told to be true. Fix your audio.
There you go. It should be working.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm curious on why you think that atheism and theism is a false dichotomy.
I got nothing on YouTube.
Well, there's a 30-second delay on YouTube. Because I don't think that atheism and theism fit the form of either A or not A, or A or B.
But perhaps you have a different definition over what atheism versus theism is. I think that theism is just the proposition that God exists, or at least gods exist, and
Yeah,
atheism is the
I'm an atheist
position.
on that.
You're an atheist on that?
Igtheist, like my name here on TikTok. Agnostic. I'm an atheist towards the proposition God.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't think that the category God is a proper category. I think it's a broken category. That the only way to really talk about it is to talk about God in the sense of subcategories, but they're not really subcategories to a broken category. They're just individual concepts.
Oh, you're like one of the you take the view that like God isn't a coherent category?
Not by my design, but because I've talked to so many theists who tell me that God is this, that, or the other thing, and I've just determined that this, that, and the other thing are incompatible with one another.
Then how does the proposition atheism have any sensibility? Okay, maybe we could have a more coherent proposition. Do you think atheism is the direct opposition to the proposition that the God in which is prescribed through classical means is false? Do you think that's coherent?
Well, I think it's an interesting thing. I think atheists are more or less the progenitors of the God of classical theism. I don't think there's a religion out there that
How in the
actually
world do you come to that?
because I don't think there's a religion out there that actually worships the God of classical theism. The only people that talk about the God of classical theism are like philosophers and atheists.
Okay, you know, like wait. You know, Catholics hold the classical theism, right? You know that.
Yeah, but they're wrong.
Like,
though. They
Islam-
worship Yahweh, so they're wrong.
What? Wait, what do you mean they're wrong because they worship Yahweh?
Yahweh is not a God of classical theism.
Wait. He holds to all the wait. Just because he
No,
holds to
you
like extra
accuse it
properties.
that, but when you read the source material, there are places it isn't. There are things it doesn't anticipate. There are things that it's changed its mind on. There are feats it cannot do. It fits none of the form of the God of classical theism. I understand that you Catholics believe it does, but I'm saying when you read that the dude changed his mind, when you read that he needed more information, when he wasn't in the Garden of Eden and had to ask, where were you? When it didn't know things, right? Like any one of these invalidates it. Like I don't know what there is to discuss on that.
Do you think that within any relevant academia, do you think what you're saying is going to be taken seriously?
What I take seriously is the fact that by Genesis 6:6, the God of the Bible admits that it made a mistake. Do you contend with that? Hang on.
Yeah.
Do you contend with that?
I could tell with that being something God really had states over. Like to be clear.
So it repented just for everybody's understanding. Genesis 6:6 is that it repented the Lord that He had made man. It repented the Lord that He had made man. So He was repenting for an action He took. Right? At one point He was referring to mankind as perfect, His perfect creation. And after Genesis 6:6, He was no longer referring to it as perfect. It was flawed, whatever. He realized his mistake, and his rectification was the Noahide flood. So there's literally zero possible contention to argue that it has the omni-max traits here. It simply doesn't. What is going on here is you have an individual with an emotional. Can you stop? I'll be done eventually. What you have here is an individual who has an emotional vested interest into pretending that his inculcated God is the most high and most powerful. So he's got a vested interest in defending this concept. But the Bible is chock full of examples that Yahweh is not a omnimax. It is not omnipotent. It is not everywhere, and it is not all-knowing. It does not meet the criteria of the omnimax God, even if this guy believes it. I don't care about his individual beliefs. I care that the source material objects otherwise, and his emotional attachment, I'll let him have it. Have your emotional attachment. Go ahead. Pleasure.
Yeah, so the relevant objection is that it's widely understood by experts and academics that when it describes anthropological descriptions of God, such that God regretted, God walked, God saw, things like these are the types of descriptions which aren't real descriptions, given the fact that he's an immaterial object, not a material object. So it wouldn't really make sense for him to be this way. However,
That's not an objection.
that is an objection.
No,
dimwit.
it's
You know what
it's
an objection
you
is?
skirting an objection.
No,
What you're
that's like
hold
what the
on.
academics
What you're
say.
saying is that your position, what this guy is saying, is that his position is so incoherent that he and no one else can properly articulate it. That's all he's arguing right
It
now.
could be properly
But he's
articulated.
gaslighting me and everyone else into believing that his comments did more work than what they did.
The academics are gaslighting. That's interesting.
Yeah,
That's an
is that-
interesting. That's
is
an
that-
interesting statement.
Why is that interesting? That happens all the time.
No, wait, for widespread consensus, that's actually evaluated through they're gaslighting.
Yeah, that
Do you wanna
happens
know
in
their analysis
academia
on how
all
they
the
come to
time.
that? Wait, do you know how they come to that?
Debate, bro. You're crossing the line. You need to
I'm
calm.
crossing the line
You need to calm down.
because you're wrong about academics. That's interesting. Okay. It's called fact checking. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're clear. Yeah. Are you familiar with the historical analysis of how usually within ancient Near East culture, people would use anthropological descriptions despite not believing that they were actually descriptions of them, or you can even refer to the Greeks, right? So post-Platonic, they thought that the descriptions within the myths, the physical descriptions, weren't real descriptions, right? It was just a description for teaching a certain set of things, such as the objects of faith, things like those, or faith, fate, things like those. So obviously, it's not the case that every religion thinks. Yeah, it's anthropological. It wasn't. That, only if you're a literalist. That's only true if you're a literalist. Yeah, this is a. I agree. It's a critique towards not physicalism. Sorry, literalism towards the Bible. I agree with that. Um, Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying we don't need an explanation because God's special. I'm saying that when you look at it, it's clearly talking about this in like a metaphorical context. I mean, we can look at this through like ancient Israelite ideas. Like ancient Israelites often had like mythical conceptions of God, right? The reason why I said this is only attacking literalism is because like obviously like people are like evangelicals or Mormons when I think it is literal, but that's not what the view. Uh, wait, literal and literary aren't the same term, but yes, of course not. Of course. No, no. Well, we're appealing to figurative language. Are you familiar with figurative language? I'm not asking what you're appealing to. Oh, I'm very skeptical if even the words you have in your prompt, like valid epistemic model, is even something you're aware of, given the fact you don't know what figurative language is. You don't want to talk to me about what like any relevant rational person wants to talk about? Wait, sure. Do you think Animal Farm? Do you think Animal Farm is literal? Mm, right. Do you care about Do you care about epistemology? I assume you do, because you said. Oh, do you want to run? We can use a Bayesian. We can use a Bayesian model. Let's use. Let's have a Bayesian. Let's have a Bayesian conversation. Let's subject with an ontology, meta ontology, deontology, or ontology. Which one did you just say? Ontology. Okay. Okay. So what ontology do you want to talk about? The ontology of what object? Okay, what like do you want to talk about his properties, like his real properties? Yeah. So you want yeah, God's properties, like his ontological properties, are gonna be equal to yeah, they're gonna be equal to each other, such that oh okay. So like what about the ontology are you curious about? What we're talking about is ontology, to be clear. Like that necessarily requires semantics. Yes, it does. What? To communicate ontology, we don't need
Sarah, don't play
semantics.
size on my
Like what?
arm.
Ontology also requires it.
Who?
What are you saying? You saying something? Somebody in Discord saying something?
Yeah, these nerds came in. All right, IFR, prove it.
Wait, can you finish? Can you like say what you were gonna say again? I got muted. Yeah, because I said so. It's my belief, mate. I think we're
We're not
wrong.
asking for your belief. We're asking for you to prove it.
Why?
Wait, FR, you?
Why do you sound like you live in a basement? You sound like a clown.
FR? Is that FR?
I got him.
It's FR guy.
Fucking nerd. They didn't like you as much as I hated you or whatever. They could have gave you a 2-day ban, but now you get a permanent one. Yeah, I can't
What
handle
about
that,
this
man.
guy, India?
Yeah, let's go, India. Prove it.
Hello. What do you think about India?
What do I think
Because
about
you
what
ain't
the
proving it.
country? Like,
Yeah, the country, yeah.
I don't think about the country. So can you prove the
Do you not have
existence
an
of the god
opinion
thing?
on it?
I don't live there. I don't know anything about it. Can you prove the existence of the god thing or not, dude?
Okay, okay. I think so, yeah.
All right, do it. You won't.
Okay. So, well, actually, I don't believe in God. Well, I can still prove it, but I don't believe in it, yeah.
Wait. Wow. Wow. I think he's having mic problems.
Oh, he's muted. Hold on. No, you're not muted anymore, dude.
Wish YouTube would stop cutting out the audio from when you're talking.
It's because I'm clicking around on stuff, man. I keep forgetting. I think I'm supposed to be clicked on
Yo, can you hear me? Yeah. What's up? What's good? Prove up. Bro, I'm here to talk about UFC. Captain India is here.
So stupid, dude.
Chatter.
Cheddar, we can see you.
Is this what happens when you take a vegan diet? Like, is this really what happens? I think.
Cheddar, your feet are literally sticking out below the drapes, man.
I can see you, Cheddar.
Hold on, chat. We got a chat freeloader. It's a Rule 3 violation. It's a strict zero tolerance policy.
They probably think they can steal our ideas.
No, you got to pay your chat dues. That's what I hate about TikTok is I feel like it's just giving out free memes to people, you know, and they don't have to give memes back.
Well, it kind of gives them a fighting chance for they come in here, though. Still nothing.
But you put I was just saying you could just put up one of them images that's like a like a not true animal fact. Yeah, you could just say like weasels teach each other calculus, and then
You were doing very, very good. Oh, you can hear the strain in your voice. You can't blame these people. That's the best language they had at the time.
Yo, what's up, brother? Hello? Yep, you got me. Yeah, it worked randomly. What's up, bro? So I don't know if I'm a little confused or not, but do you just not believe in like any kind of creator? I hate to label it as God. Okay, well, if you don't believe that there was an origin, then wouldn't you have to believe that the universe is eternal then? What do you believe then? I would have to, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the only three logical possibilities the universe could come into existence is like an origin, something coming from nothing, an eternal universe, or some kind of creator or God. You can label it as creating it. I mean, try. You can come up with another one if you can. Okay, it's probably eternal. Okay, so then I'd have to ask you, do you think an infinite amount of concrete things can exist? Like an actual amount of concrete things can exist? So you Yeah, well that's the problem with me that Yeah, that's the problem I have then, brother, is cuz you come on this live and you claim God doesn't exist and then you say, "Oh, well, I'm not sure. I don't." Oh, you haven't. You are a theist. Okay. So you just don't know what God is. Yeah, I don't have anything to say to you then, brother. I'm sorry. I mean, there's really nothing I can say to you. I, I mean, if you're gonna say an objective like worldview is meaningless and you can't base it.
I think a guy wants to join. The LGS.
Yeah, there we go. How's that? Yes, sir. So I just wanted to drop in for a few seconds because I had mentioned absurdism earlier, and just to drop the definition for you real quick, just to see your thoughts. It's basically an existential. It's an existentialist school that believes that there is no inherent meaning to life other than that which we project upon it. No, there's like no inherent meaning to like our existence except for what we put upon it, and that's an, you know, yeah, exactly, right. Gotcha. So you're arguing Heidegger then the being is, so it's a mode of being. The thing is being as it is want to do, and in being it is being itself.
I don't know about the want part, but yeah, everything else.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's when I cite absurdism and I say like there's no inherent meaning. I mean like universally, like what there for life as a concept as a whole for there's no yeah.
I get what you're saying. I disagree because I think all meaning is derived from things like us, and that's how it's done. And to minimize it by saying that some other system's not doing it, therefore it doesn't exist, minimizes what does exist, right? We're kind of comparing what we're doing to an unachievable goal or something, and then just saying that we're failures or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sort of
No, I
along
gotcha.
those lines.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I just wanted to drop in for a second, get your thoughts.
Yeah, I think into side chat, I think it is part of like a nihilistic model, and I don't really disagree with nihilism. I just think that meaning is fine the way that it is, and it doesn't have to be in objective sense. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely nihilistic. As long as I in my life still feel existential dread and fear of death, every once in a while I know I'm on the right path.
Yeah, I think
that's how I
everybody
feel
feels
about
that. Yeah, no one wants to die. I think, except for the people that do, and there's probably reasons for that.
Yeah. The second
Generally,
the second I'm not afraid of death, I feel like I've strayed a little too far.
Well, I don't know if fear of death is always as prevalent of curiosity for what's next. I think that's what keeps me alive, is curiosity for what's next, not fear of anything else. I feel like I need to know what's going to happen next.
Right. And for me, I mean, I'm of the strictly, observation based, like, there's I have no evidence that there is anything next. Therefore, there's no reason for me to believe it, and so, you know. Hmm. Right. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I mean, but for me, I think I think for that there's evidence that once you go to sleep, you wake up. And once you go to sleep, you wake up the next day. But I think beyond that, once you die, I mean, we have no evidence for what comes next after that. And I think to pretend or expect there to be something further is doing logic a disservice because there. Yeah, of course. Hmm. Well, yeah, and then that just leads us to the concept of just non-existence as a state. Mhm. Right. Yeah. And I guess I guess from, your objectivity to my subjective model, it's that makes me feel like existence doesn't matter because it's a blip on a radar with no consequences other than those that we choose to care about. Oh, there you go. All right. Well, I'm not going to talk your ear off all night. I got stuff to do, but you have a good one. Yep.
like my first intro to the TikToks. I don't know.
I think that's where the conversation's migrated.
I just don't like the OBS setup. Like I got to use this camera screen, and the audio. If I'm not clicked into the, I gotta figure this out. It's got to be something I'm doing wrong. My scene's like all jacked up or something. I don't know. All right, Pigeon, let's go prove it. Yo, nerd, let's go prove it. All right, nerd. Let's go, B. B man. The B man. Yeah, that's right. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, nerdy ass motherfucker. I gotta get like more TikTok brain. I gotta yeah, I gotta get TikTok brain. If that makes sense. Like where I'm like amped up or something, like in the chat or something, because like you know, that dude didn't have to like push all that buttons or whatever he was doing. Oh snap! I didn't even know this, but auto bleep will be suspended if over 30 flag words used are detected. 0 words in all 3 of my streams so far. 0. Get fucking wrecked, nerds. All right, nerd, prove it. All right, F, let's go. What are you doing? So is this like auto muting you? I'm not doing it, dude. I didn't do it. Hold on, let me try. Try that. Try that, dude. Is that working? No. Hold on, don't leave. Try it now. You gotta physically unmute. Like you're physically muted. I can't help it. I got to post that one. It's got a pretty cool line. I don't care. You don't have to click on it. That video is so stupid, dude. I had to post it though. It basically forced my hand to do it. Like I didn't want to.
you.